space bar, that's going to speed everything. We're going to continue following to the right today, and we'll move to the right. Spectators, this is their 5th day competition. Please send them off with a round of applause. Bowman, when your arrows are up and your lights are on, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials. This is the final round for the men. At the end of this round, we will know our top 3 for the finals tonight. We're live at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for spending some time with us this morning as we get underway with game number 1 of 6. You can follow the live scoring on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And just a note about the way that the players are going to move today is a little different than it has been all week. They're going to move, everybody moves together. So they all move together instead of the way they had been moving earlier in the week. That's because the players are organized on the lanes by position after round 4. So you've got all the top players in the field bunched up together, and the reason why they do that is so that at the end of the block, the top players are together to hopefully make it more compelling, more interesting as they go for the top 3 spots for the finals. And in that final game, in about 4 hours or so, we will have the players positioned 1st through 10th coming into this round. So hopefully we'll have some drama at the end of the block. They are bowling on the 40-foot Athens pattern today, and you can find more information on that pattern at world10pinbowling.com. I hope that you'll join us tonight for the finals. It's going to be right here on Bowl TV at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Men and women will bowl simultaneously, so it won't take a terribly long time. The bowling part should last about an hour or so. And then right afterwards, we're going to announce the selections for Team USA for 2014. All of the selections will be announced right here live on Bowl TV. tuning in. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials, the 5th round for the men, final round of competition. After this round, we'll know our top 3. Good morning to everybody in the chat watching. Robert, good morning. Thanks to 10 Pin Recruits for encouraging everybody to share the live streaming. We're going to ramp that effort up as we get towards the end of this 5th round. I think we try to get as many people to watch the last game as possible today, because the last game is when we're going to have all the big stars on the live streaming pairs. We're going to have, let's take a look at the standings here. We're going to have Chris Barnes, Mike Fagan, Jacob Buttriff, John Serminski, Tyler Green, Matt Farber, Rob Gottschall, Greg Young, Darren Tang, and Michael Eaton on for the last game of this block. So that will definitely be an interesting final game to watch. Good morning, everybody. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials. Final round of qualifying in progress here, wrapping up game 1 of 6. Just to remind everybody what the format is, they both 5 rounds. This is the 5th round. You earn points based on your finish in each round. And the 3 players with the least amount of points at the end of today will make the finals tonight. For the last game today, we're going to have the top 10 bowlers in the standings on the featured pairs. And we do that on purpose because presumably there'll be some drama, although it's not impossible, I guess, for somebody outside of the top 10 to make it into the top 3, but unlikely. But we are looking forward to that final game today where we will have all of the stars, including Chris Barnes, Mike Fagan, John Serbinsky, and the other guys as well on the featured pairs. That last game, trying to jockey for position and make it into the finals and earn one of the 3 automatic spots on Team USA that will be given away today.
dropped the signal. I wouldn't. I lost. I was trying. I had 2 bars there, and then I lost them.
It's gonna go.
The other ones are doing nice.
Just the service.
Slow.
You're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. This is round 5 for the men, final round of the tournament. We will be determining our top 3 for the finals tonight. The finals is going to take place at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern Time here on Bowl TV. Coming into today, Chris Barnes leading with 32 points. Mike Fagan with 54 points, and Jacob Butter of Chandler, Arizona with 62 points. So that means that Chris Barnes, in order to secure a position in the finals, would need to finish 31st or higher in today's final round. For Mike Fagan to secure a spot, he needs to finish 9th or higher. And if they do that, doesn't matter what anybody else does, they will be in the finals. Of course, a little bit closer for the number 3 spot, with quite a few guys still an opportunity to make it into the top 3. And even though a lot of the players in the field don't have a chance to make the top 3 anymore at this point, there still is the daily prizes. $500 for first place, $250 for second, the top 2 finishers in this round. So still something to bowl for a lot of these guys, if they can have a big day. Thanks everybody for tuning in today to watch final round competition here at the USBC Team USA Trials. Fortunately, it's our last day of live streaming the tournament, but the good news is expect to have a very exciting stepladder finals tonight. Standings after the first game are updated. John Janowitz with a 247. Brian Monette with a 246. Eddie Van Daniker 244. AJ Chapman 243. Miguel Garcia 240. And you can look at the overall standings as well, but I wouldn't read too much into it at this point. With only one game having been bowled, the standings are going to change a lot, which impacts the points. But right now, John Serbinsky would be in the lead with 69 points, and Chris Barnes only shot 204 first game, and his 60th place on this squad would have 92 points. Matt Farber would have 97, John Janowitz 100, Rob Gottschall 106. So that's going to change a lot, I think. You got Barnes in 60th place so far today, Fagan at 68th. So I would expect some changes in that overall ranking throughout the day. It's going to be real fluid. It's going to change a lot each game, I think. Interested in following along with the leaders right now, you can do that on the live scoring. You can see the scoreboard for for their pair. That would be 33 and 34. Would be the pair to watch. I see a lot of folks are watching that pair right now, actually. And those guys are going to be moving right each game. I'm not sure how many pairs they're skipping, but eventually they'll end up on the pairs right in front of us here. The last game is what we'll see those guys. And I imagine that'll be pretty close to about 1 p.m. Pacific time. Be my guess. I'm sorry, 12 p.m. Pacific time. Looks like David Haynes has the front 8 down on lane 45. Of course, David Haynes, a past Team USA member. as I say that, he leaves a single pin in the ninth. At some point today, it's possible that we might have a delay between games, because on a day like today, it always takes longer to bowl a round. And usually that's because the guys on the pairs near the top of the standings slow things down a bit. And for example, we're in the 8th frame right now on our featured pairs here. The leading pair with Barnes, Zerbinski, Fagan, Buttriff, and Green, they're only in the 6th frame, so already a couple of frames behind, and that'll have a trickle-down effect as we move along here. Brandon wants to know why we aren't going to see the top bowlers on the live stream at all today. That's not true, Brandon. They're going to be on the last game. All the top 10 guys coming into today are going to be on the featured pairs for game number 6. So we just got to be patient, and they will get here eventually. They've got to cross the house to bowl their block. That's why we don't have them before that, and we want to have them at the most important stage of the tournament. So get them right here in front of the live stream pairs for game number 6. And stepladder finals are going to be tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Men and women will be bowling simultaneously. Watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA trials here on Bull TV. Game number 3 is in progress. Chris Barnes, 207. Mike Fagan, 247. Jacob Butcher, 206. John Serminski, 208. And Tyler Green, 183. That's our leaders pair. They just finished up their second game. We are, well, one pair here is on the 4th frame already, but they're still finishing game 2 down on 35 and 36. Like I said, the leading pairs are going to be slower than the rest of the field, which means at some point today that's going to catch up to us and we're going to have an extended break. Live stream pairs. But we do, for the final game today, have the top 10 bowlers in the overall standings coming into the day. So be on the lookout for that. Here around, I would guess, probably around 12 o'clock Pacific time, 3 o'clock Eastern time. So a little bit more than 2 hours from now is, I think, when we'll have game 5. Or game 6, I'm sorry, and that will be our final game of qualifying and determine our top 3 for the finals tonight. Got an update on the standings for you here as we are in Game 3. After 2 games, you got Eddie Van Daneker leading the squad at 488, Darwin Weimer at 468, Daniel Hansen at 466, AJ Johnson at 465, and Chris Vi at 460. And if we look at the points, with 4 games to go, and again, just a reminder that the Block 5 ranking is based on the pinfall from this round, and it will be constantly changing. But if everything stayed the same as it was in the standings after Game 2, then Mike Fagan would be leading with 66 points, John Serbinsky would have 76 points, Chris Barnes 83, and Rob Gottschall at 95. But there is some room for adjustment in there. Chris Barnes being the one with the biggest opportunity to move up. He's in 51st place on this squad after 2 games. And Barnes, regardless of where anybody else finishes, if he finishes in the top 31 on today's squad, he would be guaranteed a spot in the finals. Right now, your top three based on points: Fagan, Zervinsky, and Barnes. For those of you who are looking at the live scoring and want to follow the leaders, they are on 45 and 46 this game. And you can follow the live scoring at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. That's bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Click on the link on the menu on the right side for live scoring. we're starting to wrap up here. Game number 3. It's going to take us to the halfway point of round 5. About 3 games to go after this one, but they still have a half a game to bowl down on the higher end of the bowling center where the leaders are right now, and you can follow them on the live scoring. 45 and 46 is where Barnes, Servinsky, and Fagan are. And they are getting ready to bowl the 8th frame. Wind down game 3 here on the featured pairs. A reminder that the last game, game number 6, will have the top 10 bowlers in the standings coming into today here on the featured pairs. Looking down at the live scoring on 45 and 46, which is where our leaders are. Quite a bit of striking going on by Zervinsky and Fagan. Fagan can strike out in the 10th for 290. John Zervinsky can shoot 256. He's got a long string as well. Chris Barnes looking at 218 as a max score, so it's not been a great day for Chris Barnes thus far. He is fortunate, though. He had a little bit of a cushion coming into the day. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Game number 3 just about done on our featured pairs. In fact, just one more shot to go here before Game 3 officially wraps up here on the featured pairs. So for some of you, we're going to send you to a quick 15-second commercial break. For others, stand by, and we will await the start of Game 4 here on the featured pairs. Chris Barnes with a 192. He opened in the 10th. Mike Fagan, 277. John Zerminski, 234. So Barnes is letting some other folks in the door here with kind of a subpar performance so far in this 5th round. Looks like down on 47 and 48, their pace of play much slower than everybody else. They still have the 10th frame bowl in game 3. Matt Farber can shoot 213, Rob Gottschall 233, and Greg Young still has the 9th and 10th bowl, can shoot 239 still. Coming into this game, the overall standings were Fagan, Zerminski, Barnes, Gottschall, Young, and Farber. Nothing has been determined yet in terms of the final 3 who are going to make the finals tonight, but sure is looking pretty good for Fagan and Zerminski at the halfway point of this block. I think Barnes is still in a good position if he can finish strong the last 3 games. But Barnes only shooting around 600 or so for the first 3 games today. And actually, he'll probably drop a few spots after that last game. The only good news for Barnes is that it would be relatively easy for him to move up a lot of spots if he popped a 240 or 250 game. But it's really hard to make any predictions in this point system format. We'll just have to wait a couple of more games until things settle down in this final round. as they're finally finishing up on 47 and 48. Matt Farber, 212. Rob Gottschall had a big double in the 10th to get to 232. Not out of the question that Rob could narrow the gap or even jump ahead of Barnes in the overall standings in the next update. It'll be pretty close, I think. And Greg Young, 217. Our leaders now are on 57 and 58. If you're following the live scoring. And in just a couple of games, they will be here on our live stream pairs. Watching our live coverage of the USBC Team USA trials here on Bull TV. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We are in game 4 of 6 right now. I would imagine at some point we're going to have a break in the action while we wait for the leaders to catch up to us here. Probably after game 5 ends, there might be a little bit of a break, because the leaders always bowl a little bit slower than the rest of the pack. If you guys are on Twitter, please follow USBC at USBC, because tonight when the finals get started, we'll be tweeting out the link to watch the live streaming. So be sure to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC. If you have any questions or want to send me a message, I'm on Twitter as well, at Lucas_Wiseman. at Lucas_Wiseman. If you just search on Twitter for USBC, I think both the USBC account and my account should come up. But send me a tweet and take a look at them and see what you guys have to say. I know a lot of you out there are on Twitter. Great resource for bowling, that's for sure. A lot of great bowlers on Twitter and a lot of great bowling information out there as well. Someone in the chat asking if why Rhino Page isn't bowling. Rhino withdrew due to injury. USBC Masters is coming up next month. Live streaming will be on Extra Frame. Our friends at the PBA will be handling the live streaming of the USBC Masters. I'll be on site though. Be putting together some videos and stories, social media updates for you from the Masters. So be sure to be on the lookout for that. I think it's the week of February, I say 17th. And if you want to bowl the Masters, there's still time to get signed up. The early entry deadline is Friday. So you can save $50 on your entry if you sign up by Friday. There's already more than 200 people signed up, and I think we're going to have another sellout this year. Masters sold out last year. It's in North Brunswick, New Jersey, third week in February. So if you want more information, go to bowl.com/masters. Just got a tweet sent out me from Connor Weber. Wants to know what the pattern I'm bowling on. It's the Athens pattern, 40 feet. And if you want more information on the WTBA patterns, that's what we used here this week, you can go to world10pinbowling.com and click on patterns. Looks like we have an update on the standings after 3 games. Mike Fagan in the lead on the squad at 724. Brian Monette at 709. David Haynes also 709. Overall standings with 3 games to go. And the standings stayed the same after 3 games as they are right now. Sorry, if the standings stayed the same after 6 games as they are right now. Our top 3 would be Mike Fagan at 55 points, John Cervinsky at 71, and Rob Gottschall at 93. So Gottschall does jump ahead of Chris Barnes. Chris Barnes is now in 4th place at 95 points. Greg Young at 104, and Matt Farber at 110. But of those, Barnes is the one with the best opportunity to move up. He's only at 603 for the first 3 games today. That puts him in 63rd place, which is a lot of points to pick up. But if you look closely at the standings, the difference between, for example, 63rd and 30th is only 36 pins. So if Barnes pops a big game, he'll move up a lot and would put himself in good position to make the top 3. I got some more tweets coming in. You can tweet me at Lucas_Wiseman. Dallas Sims wants me to give a shout out to Emmanuel College's bowling team. Thanks for watching, guys. And Dan Struer wants to know who I think will win. That's a tough call. It's really hard to say with this point system. I think it's just as hard to say who the top 3 are going to be in. But if I had to guess at this point with 3 games to go, the 3 that I would pick would probably be Fagan, Cervinsky, and Barnes. And the only reason I say Barnes instead of Gottschall is because Barnes has the best opportunity to decrease his point total as we move along here in these final 3 games. Alan wants to know, what is tomorrow's pattern going to be? Well, unfortunately, there is no tomorrow pattern because this is the last day of competition. But I will tell you that tonight for the finals, the higher seed in each match picks the pattern. So the first match is number 2 versus number 3, so the number 2 bowler will get to pick the pattern. They can pick of any of the 5 that we've used this week. And then for the championship match, the number 1 seed gets choice of pattern. And again, they can pick any of the 5 patterns that we bowled on this week. So thank you guys for the tweets coming in at Lucas_Wiseman. Jordan asking on Twitter if this is a medium pattern. And yes, it's Athens 40 feet. Find more information on it by going to bowl.com/Team USA Trials. You can click the information button, and that'll give you the list of patterns that we used this week and a link to the World 10-Pin Bowling Association website, which has the graphs of all the patterns. Right now, Chris Barnes has got 4 strikes in a row. So it looks like Chris Barnes may be turning it up a notch here. But Rob Gottschall's got the front 4. The problem for Gottschall is that he picked up 56 points yesterday, which really hurt his total. So the best that Gottschall can actually shoot see. The 87. It's the max score for Rob Gottschall is 87. That's if he finished first on this block. And Chris Barnes would just need to finish, looks like 54th or higher to stay ahead of Gottschall. So that's kind of the situation, is Barnes needs to finish 54th or higher to stay ahead of Rob Gottschall. But we'll have to wait and see how things play out here. We're winding down game 4 here on the featured pairs. We still have about 4, 5, 6 frames to go down on 57, 58, 59, 60 where our leaders are. Jordan tweeting at me wants to know if I think we'll ever use the blue oil for the finals for the trials. The blue oil that they're using on the PBA still has to go through a testing process with the USBC equipment specifications team. So I think it'll be a while before we see that. Chris Barnes just struck again down on 57 and 58. He's got 5 strikes in a row going now. This is what I'm talking about. The big game by Barnes would surge him up the standings considerably. If he were to strike out for 258, probably would gain about, if I had to guess, he might pick up 30 spots in the standings with a 250 game. And if he did that, that would put him right up in the top 3 again with no problem. Couple of more tweets coming in as we start game number 5. Connor wants me to give a shout out to Wayne Memorial for breaking the state record in Bakers, 290 to 286. Well, there you go, Connor. Congratulations, nice bowling. And Chuck, tweeting at me, wants me to give a shout out to Linda and the boys, Linda Barnes and Ryan and Troy, who he thinks or knows are cheering for Chris. And we will have Chris Barnes on for Game 6, along with Mike Fagan, John Serbinsky, Greg Young, Matt Farber, Rob Gottschall, that whole crew. Those 2 pairs are going to be right here on our live streaming for game number 6. It's coming up quickly. It's only a game away now. Although those guys are bowling at a little bit slower pace down there. Chris Barnes, by the way, still striking. A couple of frames to go in game 4. Well, looks like Mike Fagan's having a little bit of a rough game down there on 57, only 130 in the 8th. Just opened. So I think it's likely that Fagan's going to drop out of the top spot for the day. Recap for those of you just tuning in. This is our live coverage of the USBC Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Round 5, the final round for the men in progress. The women are going to be coming up later on this afternoon. like I said, after this game, we will have a delay before Game 6 starts because we are already into Game 5 here on the featured pairs, second, third frame. And they are still in the 8th frame down on 57 and 58 of game number 4. And the other leaders pair, 59 and 60, just finishing the 7th frame. So there's going to be a delay after this game before we get started with our leaders, but they will be coming probably about an hour from now. And the finals are going to be tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Pacific. That's our scheduled start time for the finals. Top 3 men, top 3 women. Well, they're in the 10th frame now on 57 and 58. Chris Barnes just struck first shot in the 10th, and he can get to 247. John Serbinski can strike out for 240. Mike Fagan's only looking at a max of 180 this game. Rob Gottschall, 2 frames to go, can shoot 279. Again, Chris Barnes 246, Mike Fagan 168, John Serbinsky 229. So Fagan certainly going to drop in the standings for today, and Barnes will make a big move up in the standings. And on 59 and 60, that's the other pair that we're watching. That's where Rob Gottschall is, and he opened in the 9th. Still has a good game going. He can still shoot 241. Matt Farber can shoot 210. Greg Young, having a rough game, can only shoot 198. And we will have the top 10 players in the overall standings coming into the day on the featured pairs for Game 6. And there will be an extended break in the action after this game ends. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials, round 5 for the men. We are in the 8th frame of game 5 on our featured pairs. And awaiting the group of leaders to make their way down to our live streaming pairs for game number 6. Should be getting updated standings here pretty soon. Looks like everybody is done with game number 5 now. Riley Dempsey tweeted at me 16 minutes ago, just now seeing that, Riley. Sorry I missed your question. Wants to know how many automatic spots there are for Junior Team USA and how many do they pick. The top 2 bowlers who are eligible for Junior Team USA in the overall standings will earn automatic spots. That's for 2 boys, 2 girls. And then the selection committee will also pick 2 more boys and 2 more girls to join Junior Team USA. As for Team USA, the top 3 players in the overall standings earn automatic spots on Team USA. The selection committee has to pick at least 2 bowlers from the field here this week, and then they'll have 5 additional selections to make from either the field here or from resume submissions. Players like Tommy Jones, Bill O'Neill, any other PBA player or past Team USA member who has submitted their name for consideration. And I'm not sure, I have not seen a list of the players who have submitted their name for consideration, so I don't know who would be eligible in that regard. Question on the chat. I'm sorry, on Twitter, wanted to know how old you have to be on Junior Team USA. It's all bowlers 20 and under as of January 1st, 2014. So all bowlers 20 and under as of January 1st, 2014 are eligible for Junior Team USA. And when you look at the standings, you'll see a Y next to some of the names. Those are bowlers who are eligible for Junior Team USA. If you see that it says JR, that means they're already on Junior Team USA 2014. '69 and '70 is the pair to watch for our leaders. Barnes, Sminsky, Fagan on that pair. David Haynes, former Team USA member there. Nice 254 game going here. I put him 150 over for the day. 160 over, I should say. Should put David in the mix for the top spot on the day if that keeps up, depending on how others do as well. Finals are going to be tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on Bowl TV. Men and women going to bowl simultaneously, top 3 in each division advance. And we're really looking forward to tonight's show. Should be pretty exciting. So even if you can't stay on here and watch live streaming until then, make sure you're back in time for the finals tonight. do have updated standings now. Rob Gottschall has moved into the lead on the squad with 924 after 4 games. Cortez Sheik, who's on the featured pairs right now, at 922. Brian Monette, 909. John Stravinsky, 909. And David Haynes at 906. We'll take a look at the overall standings and where they stand right now. And as I expected, the big game by Chris Barnes helped his cause considerably. He moves up to 29th on the squad and now leads with 61 points. Mike Fagan, 62 points. John Stravinsky, 66. And Rob Gottschall, despite being first on the squad, Rob Gottschall with 87 points. So Rob Gottschall going to need some help if he's going to make it in from some of the guys ahead of him. But as of right now, with a couple of games to go, Barnes, Fagan, Stravinsky in good position. And remember, they are bowling on 69 and 70 right now, which unfortunately is as physically far from us as you can get in this bowling center. They are on the last pair in the house, but the good news is that pair moves to 11 and 12 for the last game. They've got about a half a game to go down there on 69 and 70 before they make the move down here. There we go. Audio should be a little bit better now. We're going to be waiting for our featured pairs to get going again. 69 and 70, which is Barnes, Fagan, Buttriff, Serbinsky, and Green, are going to be moving to 11 and 12 from the last game. They've still got 4 frames to go. So we're taking a look at the scoreboard on 69 and 70. And a wide shot at the bowling center as the leader's bowling a little bit slower than some of the other bowlers in the field. And it'll be a bit before they make it onto the featured pairs. Again, with 2 games to go in this final round, the standings are Barnes, Fagan, Serbinsky, first, second, third. And the top 3 make it into the finals tonight. That would be a heck of a finals, wouldn't it? See that Serbinsky is putting together a big game here. Max at 279 here in Game 5. Chris Barnes, 102 in the 6th, strike up in the 7th. Mike Fagan, 136 in the 6th after that open, strike up in the 7th. Recap for you guys what's going on here. We are waiting for the leaders to finish Game 5. They're down on 69 and 70, and when they finish, they'll be heading down here to bowl on 11 and 12 right in front of us. So we've got a wide shot of the bowling center looking down toward lane 70 in the far distance. And we've got the scoreboards for 69 and 70 on the screen for you. Those are that has the 3 players at the top of the standings right now, Barnes, Fagan, and Serbinsky. And again, they're going to be moving down here after they finish this game to be on the featured pairs, and we will have a great view of them as they jockey for position to make it onto the show tonight. And it looks like down on lane 37, Matthew Gallagher with a 300 game. Well, Zerbinski wouldn't open in the 10th, 234 for him. Chris Barnes can still get to 222 this game. Mike Fagan can get to 236. But Barnes ends up at 211. Again, these guys are coming down to 11 and 12 right in front of us as soon as they finish this game. Fagan with a split in the 10th. And shoots 204. I think that those scores for those three guys are not going to hurt them too much. As we head into the final game, you can see Chris Barnes on your screen right there heading this direction. As they are going to be on 11 and 12 for the last game. That pair now done, and they're heading this way, and we should get started with our next game here in just a couple of minutes. So we'll get it set up and ready to go. right, about to get started here. Our three leaders after 4 games about ready to get underway with their final game of the qualifying portion of this event. The guys on 1 and 2 will be coming to 13 and 14. And that includes Rob Gottschall, who could have a chance to make it into the finals, but needs a lot of help. All right, guys, almost 1,000 viewers. Thanks for tuning in as we get started here with Chris Barnes. Get on Twitter, get on Facebook, spread the word. Let everybody know that we've got these great bowlers on our featured pairs now. Just posted the update on my Twitter account, so feel free to retweet that, spread the word about what's going on here. Thanks to those of you who are just joining us now, and thanks to those of you who are spreading the word about the live streaming. Over 1,000 viewers now at this point, as we are in the final game here in round 5 at the Team USA Trials. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and Neil Stremmel, USBC Managing Director of NGB, is joining us now for a little bit as we watch the final game get started. Still waiting for the guys on 1 and 2 to move down to 13 and 14 to get started, but right now it looks like Barnes, Fagan, and Zerbinsky are in good position, Neil.
Yeah, definitely been a good day for all 3 of them, but been a good week for all 3 of them, and I guess none of us should really be surprised, but Barnes is leading in points and total pinfall, and looks to be in very good position. Could always get a couple of jumps here and there between first, second, and third, but I think those 3 are solid top 3.
Yeah, I think that the only thing that Barnes, Fagan, and Zerbinsky need to avoid is a bad game.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, Rob Gottschall is on fire today. He's leading the squad. He can strike out this game for 270, so it's looking pretty good for Rob to lead the squad. But the problem for Rob is he, as of now in our overall standings, only has 1 point. He can't do any better than 87. That's his max total.
Yeah.
So he needs help from Barnes, Fagan, or Zerbinsky in this last game to have a chance to run around him. Because he can knock down all the pins he wants, but he can only add just the 1 point to his total.
Yeah, and Zerbinsky, has a long ways to fall. He's in third, shot 234 last game, but I guess I just don't see him falling like a rock. I don't see any one of these 3 dropping too far here today, this game.
Yeah, the standings are pretty tight, so it won't take too much for somebody to drop a lot of spots. But the problem for Rob Gottschall in this situation is that he needs one of those guys to drop about 20 spots in the standings, it looks like. And
yeah.
That's going to be pretty tough considering that these guys have bowled so well all week. And really, I mean, no surprise that Barnes, Fagan, and Terminsky are in the mix at this stage of the tournament. They are 3 past Team USA members and, quite honestly, 3 of the best bowlers in the world right now.
I have to agree. I think it proves our format is logical and accomplishing what we need it to do. We want the best bowlers to make Team USA. So the top 3 spots are automatic bids to Team USA for this year. But it's also going to make the selections fantastic. So we've got a great rest of the field, and 2 of them will definitely come from this field, but I'm confident we will have quite a few others that have been bowling here today, make the field as well. There'll be a couple of resume picks, I'm sure, but I think it's going to be a great show, and then it's going to be very exciting with the selections at the end of the show.
For those of you just tuning in, thanks for joining us. Up to 1163 viewers. That might be our tops for the week. Thanks everybody for checking in with us. We're live at the Orleans in Las Vegas. Team USA Trials final round of the qualifying portion of this event. The finals are going to be tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific here on Bold TV. So make sure that you set a reminder on your phone, write a sticky note, stick it to your forehead, whatever you got to do to make sure that you remember.
That works for me.
To tune in. That's why I said it, because, Neil, you got sticky notes all over your office. But make sure you make a note to be here tonight, because it will be very, very exciting. With no matter who makes the finals, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great show. And we've got the men and the women. They'll be bowling simultaneously tonight, followed immediately by the announcement of the selections for Team USA for 2014.
Yeah, it's a short little step ladder. It's 3 versus 2, and then the winner versus 1. Whoever wins in each division, they will represent the United States at the AMF World Cup. That hasn't been announced where it's going to be, but that's always in a unique venue somewhere around the world. And this year is the 50th anniversary of the Cubic AMF World Cup, so I expect it to be a unique one this year. So it'll be cool for whoever wins.
Yeah, I haven't heard any details yet about the World Cup for this year, but just from talking to them at the in Krasnoyarsk, Russia, a couple of months ago, they're planning something big for the 50th World Cup. So for whoever gets the opportunity to bowl in that tournament, it should be a heck of an experience. By the way, Rob Gottschall did strike out for 270, so he's put on a great performance this week, really, and he's going to be moving into the featured pairs this next game. But Rob really hurt by yesterday's round when he picked up 56 points. That's a tough one when you pick up 56 points in one round to be able to make it into the top 3.
Yeah, 56 in one round, and then he's got 87 for the week, so that shows you how well he's bowled on 4 of the 5 patterns. I know the selection committee takes that all into account. They also look at total pins. So, Janowitz, I think, is 2nd or 3rd in total pins, so that'll be looked at. He finished 1st on 2 of the patterns, so depending on where we're bowling, and they do announce the patterns 60 days ahead of time, so that helps our Team USA coaches make their decisions of who's going to bowl where. And we know Janowitz can perform very well on most, if not all, of the patterns. So that's all part of the decision-making process. It's always tough decisions, but that's the kind of things that go on, and it's tough here. It gets even tougher once you get to camp, because you got to take the 12, and you got to say, okay, here's the 6 that are going to go to the World Championships in UAE, which is going to be in November of this year, Abu Dhabi.
And a lot of people probably tuning in wondering, why is Chris Barnes bothering to bowl this tournament? I mean, a lot of people would say he's a shoo-in to be picked by the coaches to be on the team, so why bother to come out here and bowl? And Chris has made it very clear that he's always wanted to bowl in the World Cup, and the only way that you can bowl in the World Cup for the United States is to win this tournament. And the other real benefit that he sees out here, although there's not big prize money, the top 2 finishers get the option of having health insurance from the USOC, which is a big deal for some of these bowlers who are, I guess you'd say, self-employed.
Yeah.
And so the opportunity to have free health insurance is a pretty big prize.
Yeah, the USOC has, of course, a great network. So if you talk about health insurance and the USOC, you're going to have a great network across the country, and the bowlers travel a lot, just like the other athletes in the other sports, and so that's why they offer that. That's something that they've given us for as long as I can remember. We don't take it for granted because they could take it away at any time. It is one of the few benefits we get from USOC, and we definitely appreciate that, and that helps get some of these top bowlers here and gives them a different perspective on the reason to come. Great practice for a lot of the guys also, especially if they're about to go bowl on tour, because these are some of the, some very difficult patterns, and they're obviously very good bowlers, and this helps keep them sharp and get them ready for the upcoming stops.
We are in the final game of round 5, the final round of the tournament, determining our top 3 for the finals tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. You'll be able to watch it right here on Bowl TV, so be sure to let everybody know. The women are going to be coming up next after this squad completes. They're going to finish bowling here about an hour to re-oil, and then the women will get on the lanes, probably behind schedule, I would guess, by about 15-20 minutes maybe. But
yeah, when you get to this day, you end up with some of the top bowlers, the leaders for the whole tournament. It seems like they want to kind of look around, make sure what's going on. It happens every year, so we try to watch that, but that's what happens on this day, so we end up being a little bit behind. Looks like we are again, but it's only about maybe 15 minutes. So I see we have Greg Young and Matt Farber, and Gottschall is now here on our featured pair as well. Darren Tang's had a very good day and good tournament. Michael Eaton's going to be up here in a second on the left lane.
yeah, and really we need to wait for the standings to come in, but I think it's going to come down to Barnes, Serbinsky, and Fagan just needed to not trip over themselves to make it into the top 3 is what it looks like.
Yeah, they all bowled decent games last game, so I would assume they're going to still be.
Yeah, they all
1, 2,
shot
3.
over 200 the last game. So, but as soon as we get the update on the standings, we'll let you guys know.
Yeah, they're all pretty deep here. This is game 6 on the Athens pattern, so they've keep moving left for the right-handers, and starting to run out of room with the ball return on lane 12 and lane 14. Barnes is pretty deep. Another strike. He's got the front 4.
This is where Barnes has a tendency to shine, is in times like this. It was questionable about whether he was going to make the top 3 earlier today when he started the first 3 games with about 600 and had, he had dropped out of the top 3 based on the overall rankings. But I kind of figured he would pop a big game and move up there, and it's exactly what happened. And it only took 1 game for him to move up the standings quite a bit, and that was all he needed to do.
Serbinsky standing in front of the ball return on lane 12.
And they're bowling on Athens, which is 40 feet.
Oh,
wow.
Ouch. Robbed of a double there. He's plus 143 on the day, so he's been doing well.
And Neil, the insurance that they can receive, is that based on the final position in the overall standings, or is that based on how they finish in the after the matches?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the matches. So
okay, that's what I thought. So then it is maybe important for these 3 guys who finishes first and who second and who finishes third. Right.
So there is a distinct difference between second, third, right here, right now for them, and that's easily over $5,000 of value in insurance. So
yeah, that's what I would have guessed, about $5,000.
I think it's gone up actually. We kind of have used $5,000 for the last few years. The price of insurance has gone up so much that I think we're well above that 5,000. It's probably closer to $7,000 or $8,000 now. But
and we just updated the standings, so I'm gonna refresh it here. Should be updated in a second. Give it just a moment. Yep, Rob Gottschall, no surprise, leading the squad at 1194. David Haynes at 1156. And more importantly, let's look at the overall standings here, where it is indeed still Barnes at 64, Fagan at 67, and Zerbinski at 67. So
wow,
that's as close as you can get right there.
So, and the tiebreaker is pins, which is 64.95 for the week for Fagan and 64.59 for Zerbinski. So it's about a 40 pin, not even 40 pins. And right now Zerbinski's got 10 of those back.
And Barnes is in great position. I think that it's starting to be no doubt that he's going to make it into the finals. He's currently in 32nd place on this block, but the key is that he needs to stay ahead of Gottschall, and he's 23 points ahead of Gottschall right now. So Barnes would have to drop 24 spots in the standings, and he's got the front four. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and he's got more room the other direction since he's in 32nd for the day. He'll probably throw a decent game here and move up, and his total ranking points will drop even further. So I don't see him getting caught.
It looks like Barnes probably is in great shape to take the top spot for the finals tonight, which means that he would be one win away from representing Team USA at the World Cup later this year.
Yep, still got that one game to bowl. That'll be exciting tonight.
And right now, Fagan and Zerbinski battling for second. And actually, Neil, it is very, very important who finishes second, not only for the insurance purposes, but the person who finishes second selects the pattern that they bowl on tonight. Because the top seed in each match picks the pattern.
Yeah, and there's a couple of obvious choices, you know, on the short pattern. Fagan
and
was
Barnes wiggles the 10 and doesn't get the front 5. Sorry, Neil.
No problem. Fagan on the short pattern was in the top 5, while Zerbinski was 20th. So, you know, Fagan gets the choice. That's somewhere he would go. Whereas today, Zerbinski's started out very well on Athens, and Fagan did well as well. But there's the two distinct differences, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then Barnes would get the pick of the pattern in the championship match if he stays first, and he also bowled really well in block 3, which was the short.
Yeah, Stockholm.
Yeah, bowled the 300 on that pattern, shot 821, I want to say, for the first 3. So you never know what these guys are going to pick, but it seems to me like that would be a good pick.
Yeah, it's funny. They all bowled well on Atlanta on day 1. They were all in the top 10. Fagan, Zerbinski, Barnes, and even Gottschall, top 7. So that would be an interesting pick. Really put the pressure on all of them. They'd all have a great chance.
Well, if you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV. 1,340 viewers. Thanks for joining us. It's our record for this week for the Team USA Trials, and we are live at the Orleans in Las Vegas. I think a lot of you probably just tuning in for the first time this week, wondering what's going on here. The Team USA Trials, it helps determine Team USA for 2014. We've bowled 4 rounds leading up to today. Today's the 5th round. They earn points based on their finish in each round, and the goal is to have as few points as you possibly can get. Obviously, a perfect score would be 5, but that's
never been done.
Probably never will be done. And but yeah, that's where we stand, and you can find more information on the event at bowl.com/Team USA Trials.
Oh, Fagan goes through the face there for a split, and him and Zerbinski are really neck and neck for second and third.
And for Gottschall to go around Fagan, and that's the one that makes the most sense at this point because he's bowling the worst this game. Fagan would have to drop more than 20 places in the standings. And right now, Fagan's in 13th place. at 1096. And let's look what 33rd is. That would be 1059. So
it's a lot of people that have to bowl a pretty good game.
Yeah, a lot of guys have to bowl a good game, or if they just keep at the pace that they're going. I mean, Fagan shoots 150 here. I think he's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
But if he can find a way to get to 200, he's probably in great shape.
Agreed. Very much so.
Fagan, I'm sure, does not want to make it all that interesting here at the end. Looks like he just takes a kind of a shot there to get a read on the pattern, is what it looked like.
Yeah, gave up a couple of pins to try to figure out where to stand and throw with a new ball. So definitely some strategy there. He knows this is an important game right here, and he's doing what it takes. Gotta love it.
There are going to be some people who may question that strategy. I mean, in this format where it's 6 games, every single pin is vitally important. But he thought it was more important to try to get a better look for the back half of the game and give up 2 pins of count there.
Yep, because sometimes it's not just about, you know, a couple of pins one game. It's about the overall. You know, the reason why we do things the way we do with the ranking points, and each day is a separate day, is we're trying to prepare for world competition. That's what Team USA is about. We want to win medals. We want to have the best bowlers on the team, win medals, inspire Americans. That's really our goal. And when we compete internationally, it's not, you know, who can have the most pins over 40 games. It's quick 6 games for singles, 6 games for doubles, 6 games for trios, 6 games for team. And, you know, your pins don't carry over from doubles to singles to trios and team. It's, you know, it's a one-day event. You either win gold that day or you don't. So that's what this event is about. It's 5 days of 6 games of competition. Now, granted, at the world level, there's also, you know, round-robin Masters format at the end where total pins matters, and there's an all-events medal that matters. So we've discussed that. We've looked at that, and that's part of the selection process. So if you have somebody that's, you know, way up there in pin count, but somehow down a ways, like a Janowitz, who's I think 3rd in pin count and maybe 10th overall, you know, that's part of the whole selection process. So that's why we do it the way we do it. It makes sense. You can't argue our results over the past several years when we've been bowling on these patterns, the international patterns, and you know, trying to make sure that the cream rises to the top. The best bowlers win.
And for those of you just joining us, that is not Darth Vader on the microphone. That is Neil Stremmel, the Managing Director of National Governing Body for USBC. And I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is our final game for the men in round 5. Top 3 in the point standings advance to the finals tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. John Zerminski trying to put a double on the board here. And great shot.
Yeah, last time on that lane he left the 8 pin, so really that should be 4 in a row right now, but you got to put that behind you and move forward and just keep striking.
John sitting in 4th coming into this game. I think the odds of him moving ahead of Fagan are starting to look better and better.
Yes.
Because they were tied at 67 points coming into this game, but Fagan holding the tiebreaker in total pinfall, but Zerminski just needs to move up a spot or Fagan down 1 spot for John to earn the number 2 seed, which is, as we've mentioned, very important because the higher seed in each match picks the lane condition, and they can pick from any of the 5 that we've used here this week. And it's just a 3-player step ladder, so 2 bowls 3, the winner bowls number 1 for the title. And again, that's tonight right here on Bowl TV.
Yep, not only are you you win the title, you get to bowl in the AMF World Cup. Get to be on Team USA. Everything's paid for and covered for going to camps and going to the different international competitions around the world.
And you get a cool $1,000 first place.
Yep. So
not so bad.
Not so bad. We talked about the insurance. There's several $1,000s there. So it's not all about the prize money. There's just so much more that goes along. I mean, for the amount of money that we're bowling for every day, and overall, you don't get people like Chris Barnes, Mike Fagan, John Serbinski, and several others to show up for this kind of money. They're here for other reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a $1,000 tangible prize in your pocket, but I would say that probably the total package is worth close to $20,000 when you add it all up. I mean, you start adding up airline tickets, hotel rooms, food cost, grants, all kinds of stuff that they can earn over the course of the year. It's a pretty big chunk of change.
You're exactly right, and 20,000 might be the low end of that. But yeah, just to fly to UAE.
Yeah, it's a couple grand right there.
Yeah, not to mention stay in a hotel there for
2 weeks or whatever.
Yep. And then you get to bowl, and that's what these guys want to do. They want to represent their country. Can't put a price tag on that. Bring home a gold medal. Can't put a price tag on that. It's just, who doesn't want to do that? What bowler doesn't want to represent their country, and better yet, come home with a medal? So it's a dream.
When you see a guy like Barnes, who probably didn't need to bowl this tournament to make it on to Team USA, competing this week, it really shows his dedication to the Team USA program, and it shows you how important it is to him that he, spent the money to come out here and compete, even though realistically he didn't have to.
Yeah.
And that's just me talking. Obviously, the selection committee makes the picks, but that shows his commitment to the program. Also, you could say the same thing for Mike Fagan or John Serbinski as well.
Yeah. Say that for several people out here.
And the same thing for somebody like Kayla Johnson, who's already on Team USA, came out here to bowl, showing her support for the program, even though she's already made the team at the Summer Team USA trials. And Fagan now on track with a strike in the 7th.
Yeah, he made that ball change and gave up a couple of pins, and then he still was a little high on the left lane, but that one was pretty solid there. So he might have found something, and then give Serbinski a run for his money here.
Well, we got a great audience watching. We're almost up to the same total that we had for the finals last year. So I'm hopeful that we can get a couple thousand people to watch tonight for the finals. It's going to be a great show. If it's Barnes, Fagan, and Serbinski, I mean, you could not ask for a better show. On the men's side.
I would think we'd get TV viewership type
I hope
numbers.
So. Yeah, let's see if we can crash YouTube tonight. I don't know if that's possible, but actually YouTube will crash every once in a while, even without a lot of people watching. So
guaranteed to happen.
But we did send an email out to all of our USBC members inviting them to watch tonight, so I'm hopeful that we'll get a big audience, and we hope that you will join us. Because if you're tuning in now, it means that you're probably a pretty big bowling fan, and unless you're bowling league tonight, you don't really have any excuse to not watch. And even if you are bowling league, you can watch on your phone. You can watch on your iPhone.
Nowadays, it's hard to miss it, in my opinion.
Yeah, you'll be able to find it, and make sure you follow USBC on Twitter at USBC, because we will tweet out the link right when we are getting started, so you can watch the live stream. Also, we'll do the same on our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/USBC. So be sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, and we'll get the link out there right when we're about to start at 7 o'clock tonight, so you definitely won't miss it. And it's 7 o'clock Pacific time, I should say. 10 p.m. Eastern. And if you're on the East Coast, you think 10 o'clock's a little late, don't worry, it's not going to take too long. The bowling should only take about an hour.
Yeah.
And the selections will be after that. So
it's one game each. Guys and girls are going at the same time. It'll go quick, and then the selections will be. I think this year they're going to be very exciting because, like you had said, it's Chris Barnes gets selected, has been selected every year, and that's not going to be that's not going to be happening this year. If he's in the top 3, he's automatically on the team. So right now it looks like Barnes, Fagan, and Zerbinski will be automatically on the team, and so that leaves a lot of interesting selections to be coming up, and I'm really looking forward to that announcement. That should be exciting.
And
should be a lot of cheers in the crowds.
Yeah, one thing, Neil, we haven't really talked about yet is there are spots on Junior Team USA available today. The top 2 boys with a Y next to their name on the standings get automatic spots on the junior team, and then a couple of more selections will be made. But we've got Darren Tang and Tyler Green. They're both on the featured pairs here. They are the top 2 right now in terms of
eligibility.
Yeah. Greg Young also in the mix here. Greg is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 among the youth, but he's got 84 points on the board for today, and he's got the front 5. So, Greg, you see some reaction out of some of the youth players. That's why they're trying to get into that top 2.
Yep, and then there's an additional 2 that will be selected from trials here, or they could go back and look at Junior Gold standings as well. Most of those top people from Junior Gold are here as well. You know, that's why we're not talking about somebody like Matt Farber, who's bowling right here on the TV pair as well, because he already made Junior Team USA. He made it at Junior Gold, and he's here to work on his game, you know, see the coaches, try to make the adult team, and but he's already on the junior team.
Yeah, there's Cameron Doyle also on the junior team already. If you're looking at the standings, the JR next to their name under the class field would be the people who are already on Junior Team USA. And Neil, I think that this is a pretty important shot coming up for Mike Fagan here.
Yeah, he needs to start a string. He can't let too many more pins get away. John has gone spare in the last couple of frames, so this is Fagan's chance.
Because to be honest with you, it's virtually impossible for us to know if he comes out here and he bowls a subpar game. It's going to be impossible for us to know if he made it in or not, or if Rob Gottschall jumped him, because there's so many other people who impact the point total that Fagan will end up with.
Yeah, there could be somebody a little high again on that lane. He's struggling a little on the left lane now. But yeah, there's some top bowlers for the day that aren't right in front of us right now, and so it's hard to tell if they're having a really good game or even a really bad game, and that will affect the overall standings for the day. And granted, that makes it tough to know for sure, and maybe a little tough to watch at times. But going back to what I said earlier, that's really key for us to make sure we get the top bowlers, that the cream rises to the top, and you get people that are very good at multiple patterns, short, medium, and long, and that's what we need on the team. People that are able to do it all.
And Fagan's max score is going down in a hurry. It's down to 193 now.
Yeah.
And he makes the spare.
So he needs to be right there, yeah. Otherwise he'll drop a little bit, but if he like you said earlier, if he shoots about a 150, he very well could drop 20 spots, which is what Matt Farber or Robert Gottschall needs. Yeah,
that assumes that Rob stays in the top spot. He really can't afford to drop down much, and that's another factor is that we don't. That's going to be kind of hard to determine, but Rob had about a 40-pin lead on second place coming into this game, so if Rob can finish off this game, he should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and he's at over a 200 pace here, so it would be difficult for him to drop too far.
And again, Fagan sitting in 13th on this squad, and that's 37 pins ahead of 33rd place, so it's pretty tight in there in the standings.
Yep. And Greg Young on his 6th shot does not continue his streak, so he had the front 5. Now he's looking for 9 spare.
And we're not really talking much about Chris Barnes because he's locked it up. He's going to be our top seed for the finals, and he's coming through at the end here. He's got max at 279 this game.
Yeah, left the 10 pin in, I don't know, what was that, the third or fourth frame?
You
Fourth
can see
frame,
he's
yeah.
standing in front of the ball return there on lane 12. It's not too far from where he would stand on the short pattern on lane 11.
Yep.
Oh, and he breaks it up. So
that's
Chris
why you
Barnes,
can't complain about leaving a 10 pin, because, you know, other times you're going to break something up and keep a string alive. So now he's got 4 in a row again, so it's great.
Remember, only the top 3 advance. So we know that Barnes is going to be in. It looks pretty solid for Zerbinski to make it in if he can close out this game. I mean, Zerbinski stays clean. He's at 2-0, and that should be good enough, I would think.
Yeah, he'd have to drop far too much. So yeah, I think they're in. The top 3 automatically are on Team USA, and they go into the finals to try to take the title and bowl the World Cup. So Cameron Doyle threw about 10 pins at the 10 pin.
And
I think there was an extra one that came from above the rack, but somehow he still didn't knock it down.
So Zerbinski is on the. They're getting so deep that they're off the camera. Zerbinski's so far left that he's going to be coming into the picture here in a second. There he is, the 9th frame.
And yep,
gets the strike in the 9th. So that'll put him in great shape. It's looking like Zerbinski will probably be the number 2 seed.
Yep, Fagan still needs to throw about 3 in a row here.
I didn't think it was going to be that interesting here at the end, but Fagan certainly has done his best to make it compelling, much to his own chagrin. Let's see what he does here in the 9th.
He's one of the few that's not in front of the ball return right now, so of course he walks.
Yeah, he's lofting it a bit. There's a strike.
There we go. He's struck 2 times in a row on that lane now. He's just got to get the left lane down, and he's got the 10th frame coming. So,
which of course is on the left lane.
Yeah. Maybe he should pretend there's a ball return over there.
Yeah. Well, Fagan, I mean, obviously nobody knows what the situation's going to be, so Fagan just has to step up and try to get as many as he can in the 10th. It should be enough. I think if he throws a double in the 10th, or even gets the first one in the 10th, he's probably in great shape.
Yeah, that would.
But you just don't know. I mean, if the scores went through the roof across the rest of the bowling center, which virtually everybody else has done, it seems like, except for around us, you just don't know. I mean, if a lot of people shot 240s, 230s, then he could be in trouble.
Not seeing too many, though. It's a lot of 2-0s, 190s, 210s. But I don't know if I'm looking at the right people.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, the women are going to be coming up about an hour and 10 minutes or so after they finish here, I would guess. So
yep.
I'm going to guess that's probably going to be about a little after 2 o'clock, probably 2:10, something like that. Pacific time.
Yeah. Jacob keeps plugging away. He obviously has had a great tournament. He's our lone lefty here on the live streaming pairs.
I think that split there by Tyler Green, it's going to hurt him. Almost bounced it out.
Oh,
But he's,
he did.
He's the second high youth bowler right now, and with Greg Young breathing down his neck.
Yeah, and Tyler's sitting at 156 in the 9th, and Greg's at a 279 pace, so that's going to be interesting. That's why we're hearing some cheers and jeers on some of these other bowlers.
I think that Greg Young is one of the up-and-coming young stars in the sport. I think that he's got just like Cameron Doyle, he's got superstar written all over him. It's still very, very young.
Yeah.
And
he just keeps getting better. Same
exactly.
with Cameron. Yeah.
Gets better. Keeps getting taller and keeps getting better. It's like Cameron. They're both very talented young players. And you see Greg Young on the far right side of your screen. You're gonna hear a lot from him and Cameron in the years to come for sure. Won't be long before they're winning PBA titles, I think.
Agreed.
And he's making great shots here in this last game. Chris Barnes, 10th frame coming up for him on the far left side of your screen. He's just got into the picture.
Playing pretty deep.
Yep, and what a performance by Chris in the back half of this block. He was in some trouble after the first 3 games, but as you would expect from a future first ballot Hall of Famer,
yeah,
Chris Barnes turns it up a notch in the back half of the block.
Yeah, a couple of big games, and then now this one's looking like 279 with a couple of more here. Matt Farber on 13 broke up the big 4 to get a 9 count. That was the way it goes sometimes.
John Serbinsky trying to close it out here.
Yep.
Yep, that's good. That should settle him into the number 2 spot. Unofficially, of course, it's just our guesses, but
yeah, looks
solid.
I agree, looks solid.
Don't forget, finals. I don't know how you could forget. I've said it 100 times. The finals are tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern, so please join us.
Is that today?
That is today.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is tonight. Right here in Las Vegas. It's Chris Barnes going to be in the 270s this game. Well, you know, even if Rob Gottschall doesn't make the top 3, he certainly has made a sizable case to be selected for the team based on his performance this week.
Yep, it's a great week, great statement today, fresh in the memories of the selection committee.
John trying to close it out here, gets the strike. Nice finish for Serbinsky, 3 in a row, and that'll put him in the 220s and squarely in the number 2 spot, it looks like.
Yeah, if Robert wants to make sure he holds on to the top spot today, he needs to stay clean, I would say. And that gives him a chance to move around Fagan depending on how far he might fall after this game. Of course, Fagan's got a strike in the 9th. He really needs to finish that out to stop the bleeding.
Well, David Haynes shot 256, and he was right behind Rob for the overall by 38 pins. So Rob still with a little work to do to stay ahead of David. Robert, he is in a situation where he doesn't need to bowl a huge score, but he needs to bowl a score good enough to keep him in the first place, so that he doesn't lose any points. And then he needs Fagan to drop 20-plus spots. And 4-pin for Gottschall.
Yeah, staying clean will be key for him, but yeah, if he wants to stay in the top spot for the day, I think he does need at least a double to get him into the 220s to hold on to that spot.
Boy, Neil, what are the odds of Mike Fagan needs a big 10th frame and the lane breaks down? And they finally get it started up again. It wasn't down too much, thankfully, but looks like he's going to take a re-rack. It's a big 10th frame for Fagan. We can't tell you what he needs because there's too many factors that go into making this interesting, but if I'm Mike Fagan right now, I'm wanting to put 3 strikes on the board and feel pretty good.
Yeah, to feel confident, he needs the first 2 here.
Yeah. Tyler Green's had a great week. He's certainly put himself in the mix to be selected for Junior Team USA, even if he doesn't finish in the top 2, which it looks like he may not.
Yeah, he's a strikeout for 186, which would save him a bit, save him from dropping too far today.
Yeah, but it looks like Greg Young probably has a great chance to jump around him, I think. Let's see. Greg sitting at 171. Tyler at 143. So it's not all that much of a given. Here's Fagan. Big shot. Shot of the week for Fagan is a strike.
Nice one.
But Greg Young can shoot 279, and that very well may move him up enough spots. You just have to wait and see, considering that Greg was all the way down in 84th on the squad.
Yeah.
So when you're in 84th and you shoot 279, it's not out of the question to move up 30 spots.
Agreed. And at the same time, you know, if Tyler can't put another one on the board right here, he might drop a handful of spots as well. Right. He's not keeping up with the pace.
Good shot. Oh.
10 pin.
Brutal. Ring 10. Tyler Green. Again, we got two things going on here. We got the battle for the top 3 and the battle for the automatic junior Team USA spots.
Greg Young up on lane 13, looking to keep his 279 going and make his big move.
It's a big shot for him.
It's a little high.
Yeah, looks like he yanked it. All right, Fagan is going to come into your picture here in just a moment. He's on the far left side of your screen.
This is a big one right here. Needs this one.
Wow. Great shot.
Wow.
Looked lost for most of the game, and he finds a way to put 3 strikes on the board and puts him in the 190s, and I think that's going to be enough to keep him in the top 3.
Yeah, you go back to the 5th frame when he had a split on the right lane, and he, like you said, he looked lost. And instead of going for a couple of pins, he switched balls, tried to throw for the pocket, which of course got him no pins. But from there, he made some adjustments and threw nothing but strikes on that right lane at that time.
So I think that unofficially, just based on our guesses, it's going to be Barnes first, Zerbinski second, and Fagan third would be my gut feeling.
Yep.
It's possible, I mean, I'm not sure how possible, but that Fagan and Zerbinski could be flipped, but I don't think so. I feel like that's pretty solid.
I agree.
But that's what it looks like. Is Fagan strikes out, back 4.
Did exactly what we said he needed to do. You know, 193 was the best he could do, and that keeps him close to even for the game, which shouldn't drop him too far in ranking points for this block. But I think he will drop a few, and that'll put Zerbinski into second.
Yep, and Fagan needed to drop more than 20 spots to drop out of the top 3, and I just don't think that a 193 is going to drop 20 spots when he was averaging 219, so it's behind the pace, but not far enough, I don't think.
It's just one game. And
but again, it's unofficial. You don't know for sure. We can't say with any definite statements here.
And Robert Gottschall struck in the 9th. For him to make sure he doesn't lose a spot or two, he needs to put a solid number up there. I think he needs to shoot 220 to maintain the lead for the block.
Well, let's see. David Haynes had a 256, so we can do some math and figure that out. Yeah, he needs about 220, 219.
And so, the other possibility is A.J. Johnson, but he's doesn't look like he's going to be putting up a 260. So
I think that Rob Gottschall actually needs the first 2 and the 10th.
Yeah.
To lead for the day, which is important. It's, you know, $500 for first place for the day, $250 for second, and winning the day looks a lot better on the overall standings. You got that number 1 by your name. That looks good to the selection committee, I think.
Yep, and like I said, fresh in their memory right here, right now, doesn't hurt.
Yeah, they're all sitting back here watching right now.
Yeah, so if they can see him step up in the clutch and throw 3 key strikes in the clutch, that you don't forget that.
And every time that Greg Young doesn't strike, I think his odds of catching Tyler Green go down.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, there could have been somebody else between them. I'm not sure. Jacob didn't put up a big game. Josh Mullen looks like he shot 2-0. Ronnie Fujita, 170. Yeah, so it's going to come down to the final standings, but I think it's going to be Darren Tang will get one of the spots for the junior team, and the other one looks like it's going to come down to Tyler Green or Craig Young Jr. Would be my guess.
Yeah, once again, Tyler struggled on that pair a bit. Had a chance to step up and strike out to put up a decent score to save him from dropping too far, but couldn't pull it off. And now Greg, same thing. He's lost it a little bit, and he's had a couple of 8 counts, and he just needs to really focus.
So you can see Darren Tang up on the approach on lane 14. Darren looks like he is going to be our newest member of Junior Team USA.
And with that announcement, he promptly leaves the 10-pin.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much.
No,
I think he's in great position.
Yeah, he is.
And don't forget, as you guys are starting to tune out here, I want to remind you to tune in tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, for the live finals of the Team USA Trials. Looks like it's going to be Barnes, Srerbinski, and Fagan for the men, and the women still to be determined this afternoon.
Yes, and as we're finishing up here, I need to get back to the office to help sort and organize all these scores and make sure we get this updated as fast as possible.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going to go.
Neil Stremmel, thanks for joining us. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
So our final game here of the men's division, as we wind things down, and we'll have a re-oil to get things started for the women. I think the women probably going to start a little bit after 2, maybe right at 2 o'clock, a little after 2 o'clock perhaps. So a little more than an hour from now. Darren Tang gets some cheers. I think everybody knows that he's going to be on Junior Team USA, going to get one of those automatic spots. Well, here's Rob Gottschall. Looks like, from what we know, needs a double in the 10th to lead for the day. Here's the first shot. Got the first one. And these are important shots, not only to lead for the day, but the selection committee sitting right behind him, watching every shot, and they're looking to see how Rob performs in the clutch here when it matters the most. So important for Rob to make a statement here in the final frame to the selection committee. So a big shot here for Rob. I think he needs one more to lead for the day, although that's unofficial. Got it way right. We'll have to wash out. And he's going to come up a little bit short of leading for the day, it looks like. I think he needed 219, and he can only shoot 211. So a great week for Rob Gottschall. He shoots 209 that last game. Had a great day, had a great week, and he'll have to sit back and wait for tonight, along with the rest of us, and see if he gets selected for the team. And this is a big final frame here for Greg Young Jr. It's still possible that he could move up enough to pass Tyler Green for the other automatic spot on Junior Team USA. We won't know that until the final standings come out. But Greg is going to back off. This is the this is the last pair to finish in the house right here. And it's a big 10th frame here for Greg Young Jr. Even if he doesn't make it into the automatic spot for junior team, he can make a big statement here to the selection committee. Not a great shot, but gets it done, and he'll take the strike. Second shot in the 10th for Greg Young Jr. Can still get in the 240s here. And there's a double in the 10th. You can tell the savvy bowling fans here know what's going on. I don't think that any of us will know exactly whether he made up enough ground or not, but he has given himself a chance. Greg ends up with 246 as that brings to a close round number 5. So we will stay on the air with you here until we know the final results.
That concludes the qualifying portion of the team trials event. This time we need all recaps to turn off the space behind in 1 and 2. Need all recaps at this time.
So stand by. We will know the final results shortly, and we'll get back to you here in a few minutes.
Your room to wherever you can get it. We're having it set up later for some refreshments, so please get all equipment out of the paddock for the men at this time. Board, please get your recaps into the tournament office, please. We need all recaps turned into the tournament office. Tournament bowlers, if you haven't done so, please turn in your recap at this time. We need all recaps to the tournament office at this time. Also, we need all equipment for the men from the paddock removed, please. All equipment for the men, please move from the paddock at this time.
We're still waiting for the official results to come in, but unofficially, I can tell you that we were correct. It was Barnes first, Zerbinski second, Fagan third. Those are your three for the finals tonight. And for the Junior Team USA spots, unofficially Darren Tang and Greg Young Jr. Unofficially, of course, They're verifying all the scores, but you'll be able to find the complete official standings on the website in just a little bit. We'll be back a little more than an hour or so, about an hour or so, for the women's final round. See you then.
I'm never saying